Welcome. Let's work on this character some more. Okay. Howdy. Welcome back, welcome back. My Sunday started out real good because I got a bunch of work done and that sort of stuff, like housework and running errands and such, and got to go, do a little brunch action and just chill. So it's been a good opening to a Sunday, but I figured I could sit down and start doing a little painting, a little work. Put some time into that. Yeah. Super nice day out here in Austin. We had a little thunderstorm yesterday, so it's in like mid 60s, so it's like perfect temperature out. Yeah, I mean, having lived in Arizona, I get you. I only get to go and visit in Arizona when it's nice out, when it's like Christmas time, and I don't have to worry about it being too hot. Like the best time of the year to go to hang out in Arizona. Also, the nice thing is I found out that this piano music doesn't get copyright struck. So, yay, that's also very nice. Slow piano music of well-known songs from bands doesn't seem like they have that calculated into the system. So. I'm just glad somebody caught that, because I was like, kind of going through playing a whole bunch of these slow piano versions of different Rammstein songs is great. Loved it. I wish you luck in guessing what this series is. Yeah, this one's going to be real hard to figure out until there's a song that actually has a beat that you get. And it might be a group that you might not know all the songs to, right? I do have to say I do like these piano renditions of these bands only because the person that makes them is like, it's like a 2-hour set. So it's like, I don't know, I get to, just jam on this for a while, and, that pretty much rocks, because that's most of a stream, right? Like, howdy. Right now we're just working on getting this cloth kind of really nice and cleaned up so that way I can move along to doing other stuff like painting hair and doing skin details and stuff. That'll be probably next up. And bracers. I want to do a little bit more with the bracers too, so. But I want to try to get these wrinkles looking real good and feeling very natural and flowy. Hello! Welcome. Getting people starting to stream in here, so that's good. Indeed it is. Very nice Sunday. It's like I was saying when I first hopped in, it's been just very chill. Started a little bit later than I wanted, but was out doing errands and stuff, but got all that stuff done, so it's great. There you go. So I was saying, feels like this is a pretty good Sunday. Not gonna lie. I was going to be turbo lazy today, but then I was like, you know what? I'm going to get ready. Got to go run some errands. I guess I could do that and not just sit around like a lump all day. Got all that knocked out. Got back. I'm like, I can stream a bit. That feels pretty good. Got some brunch. That was great. Whoa. Well, that's unfortunate. Brown. All right, cool. Love it. Very appreciative. All back. Unfortunate. That's fine. Didn't lose anything. We're good. Just gonna make sure I have it saved as not that. Go. Giant. Don't want to be saving on the auto back the whole time now. So there we go. Anybody see the stuff where now they're starting to make it so that AI can just play music? I'm interested to see how that all shakes out. I wonder if I could like put in a bunch of like songs that I really like and be like, make me music like this, you know, for bands that don't play music anymore. Yeah, I've been hearing some stuff about, yeah, there's AI models now that can just rando play like music, just make up music. I'm like, I wonder if you could like pre-input music for you. Oh, I use my main tool here is a Cintiq. Used to use Wacom tablets a lot, but switched over to Cintiq, and I haven't really been able to go back. Yeah, I can use Wacom tablets, and that's fine and all, but I do like the feel of being able to draw directly on my model and not having that mental disconnect. Yeah, I was kind of lucky too. The old job that I had originally, like many years back now, probably about 7 years ago, when I was here in Austin originally and had my first job, they ended up having a bunch of layoffs there, which was a huge downer. But my buddy still was working there at the time, and they had a bunch of Cintiqs. And they're like, we're never going to get this many people back in the studio, or I don't think they did, because for like a year, they just kind of like had them all just sitting in a side room. And so eventually my buddy contacted me and goes, hey, they're going to be selling a bunch of the Cintiqs at the studio for like a quarter the price of a Cintiq, right? Like normally they're like $1,500 and they're like $500. He's like, I already have one. They're only giving an allotment of one. And so do you want me to get you one for you? And I was like, hell yeah, I'll give you the $500, right? So he used his allotment to get that one Cintiq. And so I was like, sweet. And I used that for about like 5 or 6 years, right? And then when I was leaving Seattle, I was like, my Cintiq's getting a little long in the tooth, and I'm like getting ready to move and stuff. I'm like, I should see if I can get an upgrade, and anybody would buy it at the studio I was at the time, right? And so I talked to a bunch of people there, and the one thing about Cintiqs is they really do hold their value. Like you can buy one of the original ones still for probably $1,000 or whatever. Well, that's exactly what I did. I upped the price on mine from $500 to $1,000, and then I was like, hey, anybody want to buy this used Cintiq for like $500 off? And one of the guys was like, sure, I'll buy it. So I wrapped that K into buying a brand new, like off the line Cintiq, which still cost me like a good amount, but I basically just flipped it so that way I could, pay down the other one slightly. So I basically got half off of a brand new Cintiq. So it worked out well. I mean, and again, I do really take good care of my equipment. So, I mean, the Cintiq that I sold was basically brand new. I always used slip sheets on them, right? Always took good care of my nibs and stuff, so I barely even needed any maintenance at all. And basically when I sold it, I sold all the additional, because it was for that specific brand, but all my slip sheets that I buy, because I've got like a hard plastic, like glass hybrid covering that I always put over my Cintiqs, so that way they don't get scratched and mucked up and stuff. And so, yeah, it ended up just getting in him, and he was stoked about it, and, he ended up getting a good deal for the most part, and I got a good deal for the most part, and I think it worked out well, so. Everybody went home happy. No, I didn't tell him that I had only spent $500 on it, but, whatever. Yep. Gotta make sure those nibs are in tip-top shape. Well, and that's the new thing. So now that I've got these slip sheets and stuff, because, pen nibs wear down after a certain amount of time. They're only plastic, and it's plastic on like plastic glass, and it's rubbing around and stuff. I found out they sell titanium pen nibs. So now I got a metal pen nib, so that's pretty much never going to wear out, or at least for as long as I'm using it. So found out that that was a legit thing that you can get, so that makes my life even easier. Yep. Yeah, I trust me, I was surprised that when I was looking up pen nibs, I was like, I wonder if they make metal nibs, you know? And the one thing I will say is that you have to be a little bit careful, because when I first got this nib, it was a little bit loose, but I just took a little piece of, you know, like clear tape and just cut like a little like ring, and then just put it around the nib, and it holds pretty good, so. Haven't had any issues with it besides that, now that I got it kind of in there. So. But yeah, metal nibs, man. Blew my mind. Highly recommend. If you don't put a lot of pressure, and I highly recommend getting slip sheets if you're using Cintiq. Even if you're using a Wacom tablet, I highly recommend. They sell like they're like slightly adhesive glass covers and stuff. But yeah, they work out great because, again, protect your investment, man. Wacom products are not cheap, so why get them all scuffed up and messed up over time when using it, when you can protect that and then just switch out the covers every time you need to. Yeah, I just had the beard turned off because I don't want to paint over the top of the beard while I'm painting the cloth and stuff. So beard's just off right now. But that's kind of the cool part is now we get, if we wanted to, we could have a version with beard, without beard, you know, with hat, without hat, right? It just gives us a lot of flexibility in the amount of characters that we can have by just turning off a few elements, right? Which should be kind of cool to be able to give us, like, just more flexibility. Yeah, I will also say too, if anybody doesn't have a Cintiq and you're thinking about getting a Cintiq, I know that they don't come with a swing arm, but it's definitely, I highly recommend getting one. Because when I got that first Cintiq, I didn't have the swing arm and it was just like vertical on my desk, and I would paint on that, right? But after a couple of months, dude, my shoulder was just killing me, like to the point of where I couldn't even like really use the Cintiq because my shoulder pain was so bad. So highly recommend getting like a swing arm so that way you can, you know, move your stuff around and get it into a nice position to where you're in a natural pose and you're not like over stressing your muscles so while you're working. You know, I know those swing arms are not cheap either, so, but I do highly recommend getting one of those if you're thinking about getting a Cintiq. Yo! Welcome, welcome. It's howling. Exactly. Exactly. Continue the howling. Yeah, I think it's coming along. Just trying to get through this cloth bit to see if I can move along to some of the other details that I want to hit before we, get too far into one thing or another. Like I was saying yesterday, I want to get a good malaise down for the character and cloth and stuff, so that way you can look at the whole thing and at least something is done on each piece, and then that way I can kind of start dialing everything in from there. I think somebody had said yesterday, are you going to do this in waves, or how does this kind of come together? And I think it's always kind of good to do each part up to a certain point and then kind of evaluate what needs more attention to detail or adjustments, or making sure that everything's looking good together, right? And not trying not to focus in on one thing specifically right away, but just try to get like everything up to the same level and then kind of build from there. This guy, when he doesn't have any of his hair and stuff on, has a very Baron Harkonnen kind of feel to him. I dig it. Give him like the little, what is it in the new movies? He's got like the little back thing. It's like the little glowy doodles. Well, in the books, he has to wear like a repulsor like belt that because he's so big and heavy and just can't really move around that well. He needs like a belt that makes him float, basically like an anti-gravity belt, and that's what that is. But still, hilarity. Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. Hey, great movie. I know people like to poo-poo on that one, but there's a lot of really neat visuals in that movie, so I don't know. I like it. You know, his vision was just so wacky, though. I don't know if it would have been the visuals would have been amazing, right? It would have been a feast for the eyes. The problem is I don't think the technology was even close to there for his vision to even be, like, I mean, it was so cool and wild and out there. The colors were all insane, right? Yeah, the costumes were nuts. I'm like, I just don't know if it could even have gotten made, especially in that area. Maybe like today, right, with all the computer graphics that we could push into it, sure, but not back then. It just would have been a monumentous task to be able to put together even just the spaceship stuff, right? But yeah, I mean, you look at all of the clothing and outfits and stuff, and all the stuff from Geiger and all the stuff. It would have been an insane production. I don't know who could have made that work though. To be real, I could see why that movie never got made, or that vision of that movie never got made. Hello! Alright, that's feeling pretty good to me. I mean, if you're built like an absolute brick house, sure. I mean, let's run that. We'll have to run that by legal. All right, I got a question for people in chat. If there was a game series, an old game series that has not had a game come out for it for like in a long time, what would the game you would want to see come out be? What would that, sequel or the next iteration of that game? What would be the one you'd want to see? And not Monsters and Memories related, just or even I would say even omitting EverQuest and stuff. What would that next series be that you'd want to see come out? Does Half-Life Alyx count though? I mean, because that just came out like a couple of years ago. Ooh, Thief is a good call. I like that. That'd be a good series to kind of get that resurrection in for a game, for sure. Oh, Toe Jam and Earl, I like it. Yeah, the new one that they put out for the new... Because they did come out with a new Toe Jam and Earl game a little while ago as well, but I don't know if it did very good, just because they didn't do it top-down style. They did, like, the Toe Jam and Earl 2 version, where it was, like, all side-scrolly and stuff. Ooh, I like the Final Fantasy Tactics. A new Tactics game would be pretty sweet, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm in for that. Ooh, Earthworm Jim with updated graphics and stuff. Ooh, that would be good. Dang, these are all great choices. Dang, that's going old school with the Kid Chameleon. That's real old school. Yeah, mine, just because I was giving everybody a time to answer, I have one, was one of Bungie's first games they come out with. It would be the Myth series, MYTH. Oh, I'd love a new Myth series. That was a great game. Great strategy game slash, RTS story. Oh, dude, love that game. It was like the first game I ever played. And I think it was my first game I ever played online, too. I thought it was, like, the coolest tactics game because it was very much all based around the points you wanted to spend for your armies and stuff. So it even had a little bit of that, like, Warhammer kind of feel to it, which was kind of fun. Yeah, it's like, you know what game I really like? I'd love to see the 7-Up game come back and have a new iteration. Play the Spot? Hell yeah. Echo the Dolphin, also classic. Echo the Dolphin was that game for all of those hippie kids whose parents didn't really like video games, but they're like, we have to get our kids something to play video games on. Like, that legit, like, I had that hippie friend, right, whose parents were just very much like, save the planet, and they're like, we'll get him Echo the Dolphin. And that was like one of the very few games he could play. Poor kid. Howdy, welcome. We're just talking about game series that we wanted to see either have a new iteration of or be revived from like, if there hasn't been a game that was made for that series in like the last like 10, 15 years, right? What would that series be? And it could be way back, like early 90s or earlier, or it could be all the way up until that kind of cut off there. Ooh, Hexen would be good. Or Heretic. Heretic was also frickin' sick. Love that game. Those two series, just beautiful games. Loved them. Ghouls and Ghosts, also good choices. Man, so many good games out there. Holy. Oh, what was it? What was that Sega game? Was it like Beast something? Altered Beasts? For Sega? Yeah! Dude, Altered Beasts would be amazing. I was also thinking, I've had this thought for like the longest time. You know what game series they really need to bring back? Just because everybody that I've ever asked, if this game came out, would you buy it and play it? Yeah, Golden Axe, perfect example. They are actually coming out with a new Golden Axe, just saying. But Road Rash. Everybody I've always asked, like, if somebody came out with a new Road Rash, would you play that game? Would you play the absolute crap out of that game? I know I would. I know that they were actually doing a remake back in like 2002 or 2004. There was like a demo that got leaked for it, and like it looked incredible. It looked like Burnout Paradise plus Road Rash, and I was like, friggin' sold, dude. Somebody make that game. Afterburner's a good one, yeah. I mean, they've kind of continued to make some of those, like, really arcadey sort of F-16 flying at enemies kind of games. That still is out there, I'm pretty sure. No, because it's straight up racing oriented, and there's a lot more like beat 'em up. It was like the whole point of like clashing with people and just beating the crap out of stuff. I preferred that, the beat 'em up aspect more than just the everything. The one thing about GTA is it's gotten so open world. It's very much less about like the on rails kind of racing style game stuff. Although I will say, the newest version of Burnout that came out, I didn't really play Paradise that much. It was much more just like drive around and do stuff. You're right. Now that I'm thinking about it. I was thinking Burnout 3. But there's something to that, to me anyway, there's something to the arcade experience comparatively to GTA, where it's like, those are like two separate styles of game, where you have like open world game where you can do all kinds of crazy shit, and then you have like these on rails, like really badass experiences where they're tailored exactly to that. I'm trying to think, there was a Nintendo game that my friend really enjoyed, and it was, oh man. Trying to think of it. I can't. It was one of his like favorite games, and that was always an interesting game. I can't remember. It was super hard though, from what I remember. Like he was talking about it, but yeah. Well, yeah, I think I agree. I think there's certain games where, again, you're getting crafted a very specific sort of, experience. And while open world games are cool and they give you a lot of flexibility in being able to do different stuff, which is very true, I think there is something to just picking up a game going, I just want this one type of experience, right? I just want to experience this one thing, and not have like a game that has all of these different things in it, Now I might say that, and it's like, but the numbers don't say that. The numbers say people want to do all of the things, and that might be true. But I think there's just is something to, when you're craving that one experience, like Shogun Total War, I want to send 50,000 dudes to their death. I just want to run them into the meat grinder and just watch their bodies hit the ground. And what's going to do that? Oh, this one specific game does that, right? You're not going to get that in GTA or anything like that. So you have like these very specific experiences that you can have. I want to just be the worst general ever and have this entire army just throw itself into a meat grinder, right? Like that's why it is important to have games that have, very niche specific things about them, which is always great. Yep, I wanna put together a giant gnome army and watch them get, versus like 10 giants and just watch them get wiped off the face of the planet, right? That's exactly my point. By the way, I did have that thought when I was a kid, and then that's what turned me on to the Shogun Total War series. Was like, I just want to see like 50,000 people get murdered. And I was like, I don't know what's wrong with me right now. But it was a specific need I had in high school, and I found the perfect game for it, and I just, wave after wave of units, I just walked them into the meat grinder. It was great. I haven't heard of a Zork game anytime soon. Also, have not heard about the Nebuchadnezzar's Ambition. I mean, you can quote me on that. Sometimes you just gotta send those troops in to get murdered. Gotta make that sacrifice for no reason whatsoever. I will say that was around the time that I pre-ordered the original Halo on PC. Like, I remember that specifically, like, going in, and I was like, ooh, I need to pre-order Halo on PC. And then I had my little, like, receipt and stuff. Oh, black and white would be a good one to bring back, too. But that's when I had that thought, and I was like, ooh, Shogun Total War, I'm gonna get that. And I never regretted getting that game either. Like, walking out of the store after I had done the pre-order thing. And then 10 years later, it was like 9 years later, after the Halo got put on Xbox only, I had to go back in there and be like, hey, here's my super faded receipt that you could barely read the text on. Hey, can I get my money back? Because, I pre-ordered the game like 9 years ago, and obviously it's not coming out for PC. And I forget, I think it was EB Games still was around, so it was at an EB Games too. It wasn't even at like a GameStop or nothing, It was at the old school store in the mall that nobody goes to anymore either. I mean, great line. It's a great line. I don't think you could make a new version of it, but I was thinking back in Dreamcast days and era too, because a lot of those games got passed over. I think a new like brawler, like Power Stone, or like a new Skies of Arcadia would be phenomenal. You know, like those games would be pretty slick too. Skies was one of those games that just, again, ahead of its time. You know, it was after Final Fantasy VII, so it never got the notoriety, but you know, it was up there to me in terms of like the RPG games. Oh yeah, I highly recommend, like, if you can get a Dreamcast and like an open source scan converter, which will like, you can up-res. The one really cool thing about Dreamcast, if you get the proper model, this was my COVID era thing too, just full disclaimer. Like, I went real deep on like resetting up all of my retro consoles. But the one cool thing about Dreamcast, if you get a type version 1, because there's 2 types of Dreamcast. I think there's maybe even 3, but there's the 2 main types is type 0, not moddable. It's not a moddable version. The type 1 versions, though, highly moddable. And they have new power supply units that you can get for them, which are just tiny little cards now. So you don't even need to use the discs anymore. So they've got SSD card readers for it. All this tech that you can get for these Dreamcasts, right? But you still use the original hardware, right? Which is crazy. And so I ended up modding my Dreamcast now, so I can get like HD basically out of it. Just with it, and I didn't have to solder anything. It's all plug-inable. That's the one cool thing about Dreamcast. All the pieces are like plug-in versions, so you can just upgrade that stuff no matter what. And yeah, you end up getting some really, like, so I played through Skies of Arcadia. I had never played through the full game. I always had just played like the first disc. But yeah, beat Skies of Arcadia for the first time, and I'll also say the fighting that you have to do when you're on your ship is some of the most frustrating fights ever, but it's so cool when you beat them. But holy dude, like, spend 30 minutes on a fight, and then it's like, nope. Boss used some super ability on you and you got to start over. It was like, oh, it's killing me. But yeah, super fun game. Very much enjoyed it. That was one thing too. I ended up modding my SNES. The version I got was like the small, like version 2, like American version. But apparently that has like the best graphics chip in it. Granted, because it's the American version, it didn't have RGB enabled on it because we used coaxial cable, you know, in the US for some reason. But you can buy mod chips for them, and that it does require some soldering, but it's not too hard. Hell, if I could do it and I never soldered a day in my life, like, just watch some soldering videos and you can pick it up real quick. But I ended up soldering in the RGB chips so that way I can put it up again on the thing that blows up the images, so that way I can get it in like 2K or 4K. And man, it looks gorgeous on screen. Like, it's so cool that like people have figured out ways that we can like up-res the old school, old consoles and stuff, that you can still play original games on original hardware, and that sort of stuff is just totally badass. But yeah, that was the thing I did a lot of research into, because I had saved all of my consoles, and even crazy thing, I don't know if did any of you guys have this experience where you were in college, you get out of college, and then people are like, "I'm moving. I've got this console. Do you want it?" And you'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'll take it." Right? And that's how I got my SNES. That's how I got my Dreamcast, and that sort of stuff. Because it was like people just gave them to me. You know, they're like, "I'm moving out. I'm just here. Take it off my hands." It was like, okay. But like for the longest time, my SNES didn't have a power cord. Didn't have it. Like I think he had just given it to me because he's like, I just have the console, but I lost all the other stuff for it or whatever. And so finally, I was like, I'll buy some of the games and get it all prepped up and stuff. And I was like, ooh, I can mod it. That's cool. I mean, me either, but some people are just kind of like, whatever. You know, I'm moving. I don't want to take anything with me. Just here's all my stuff. Some people are like that. They're non-material. Or some people are like, hey, I'm moving. Do you want to buy this game for like $10? And even though you're strapped for cash, you're like, original Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, I'll spend $10 on that. Sure, here's $10. Right? Like... But anyway, that's what kind of got me on all that, which was I ended up getting that Dreamcast right way back, and I had, used it for a couple of months, and then one day I turned it on and it wouldn't read any discs. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, oh, it's probably frickin' broken. But instead of throwing it out, I just put it in a box. Well, then later on, I was like, I forget, I was just watching some video, and it was like, oh, my Dreamcast isn't working. It's like, oh, just take some isopropyl alcohol and swab it on the laser eye, and it should be fine. Ooh, Max Payne. I mean, they kind of came out with Max Payne 3. Granted, Rockstar game, wasn't as good, I would say, as the first two, obviously, but still, it was like, Max Payne 3 was an okay game. I think if it was like the original version of Max Payne, then yeah, like Remedy's version of Max Payne would be pretty slick, I think, if they ended up getting it, so yeah. Would be a really good game that should come out that needs another iteration? Conker's Bad Fur Day. Just saying. That game was underrated and always given bad press. Dude, we need new Conkers, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, you're talking to a guy that was working on like a retro sci-fi futuristic shooter where I was like making making cyberpunk like 80s cyberpunk stuff, not cyberpunk stuff, where it's like 80s inspired cyberpunk only, right? That's the cyberpunk I like. That old school cyberpunk. It's not. We'll see, but that's the thing. It's not retro future. It's just what cyberpunk should have been. Not. We got it in our heads for some reason that cyberpunk needs to be like what we're doing now, but in the future, and that's not the case. Cyberpunk was always what is the 80s, but it's like what if the clock stopped at 1980, right? And nothing ever advanced further than that. What does technology look like now? Right? Put yourself in that brain space. Not, hey, we've got Wi-Fi, we got all this other stuff, and we got this and that and the other thing. It's like, no. Imagine what if technology just stopped at like 1985 and then never progressed any further than that. But now we're at the year 20, right? 2020 or 2022 or 2023, and now what would our technology look like with our gigantic phones? But they're all slim, like a little bit like more smooth angled, and like you still have like these giant phones that you're carrying around, or what does the Walkman look like if we barely had CD technology, right? And that's the kind of thing that I like to think about, where it's like, oh, everything would still be on reel to reel, Okay, well, what would that technology look like based off of that? With another 20 years of advancement, but again, it can't get any smaller, and we can't use like CDs as much. CDs are still like really expensive and very rare, and that goes to like the highest tier people. Exactly. Well, that's what in our game we had one of the because it was a first person shooter, right? One of the levels we had was a TV show called Killdome USA. And that was, it was basically like a bunch of people had to survive versus the enforcer team. And it was all on a TV show. And it was great. It was such a good idea. I mean, haven't a lot of movies warned us about AI? How many movies have there been about rogue AI, like machines? Terminator taught us that AI warned us about AI. Ugh. Time to go murder a man. No. Let's see, time for a report. Let's see, he did chat messages, reporting, and he did spam. There we go. Next. Spam, probably, that looks scammy to me. This is a scam. There we go. Submit report. Close. Yep, that's one of the 50,000. Just sent him to his death. I mean, come on, spammers. It's an art stream, man. Why do we got to spam this? There's only like 20 people in here. Like, there's bigger frickin' people streaming that need your spammage. Just some rando artist on the internet. Come on now. Let's have some couth, please. Lovely. All right. Yeah, he's starting to get there. I'm starting to get happy with it, which is good. You know, a little bit of this is just, again, it's a lot of massaging. He's a lot of detail in here. So, you know, it's once we start getting onto a point, yeah, it starts feeling real good. Cloth is starting feeling good. All right, let's move on to something else. I've been painting this same thing for a while. Let's do some bracers. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was though behind these bracers. Again, the concept I got was just a like a line drawing. So I don't really know what. For creatures, I think the two options Zukin said that I have is a Drake, which is not. It's different than a dragon. So it's something else. I don't know exactly what it is. Haven't seen it. And then I forget what the other thing was he had said. It was Drake or something else. So I've got a woolly spider, possibly, I think it was. So we'll see. Tarantula, yeah. So we'll see what we do with that. Going fingers crossed on the Drake, because that seems like more fun than Tarantula, but, you know, whatever. Oh, whoops, I need to let myself be able to paint on the giant layer. Yeah, I think... I don't know if these are actually gems or metal pieces. I haven't really figured out... Once again, like, the line drawing wasn't overly clear, so I'm thinking they're just metal. I'm not thinking they're gemstones. You know, they're like metal medallions and things, and what I was thinking of was, like, in between each one of these, doing, like, two little, like, metal studs, too, or something like that in there. And maybe that'll look kind of cool. Just to punch that up a little bit further. You know, where you kind of get this, like, design to it. Oh yeah, Drake is male Doc. Doy! Why didn't I think of that? I mean, it would be kind of nice if there was, like, I think a little extra detail in there, you know? I think it's a great idea is if they actually did take shields and just stuck them on their arms. Would be pretty slick, I think. You know? If this is actually like a wooden shield. That's the armor. Right? Like, oh, I just stole this shield and stuck it on my arm. Cool. Sadly, it would be mirrored, though. That's the only downer. And I think if we would do that, I think it would be best if we actually modeled that geo out, just so it would be kind of like over, you know? But yeah. I mean, hell, that'd even be cool for his, like, belt buckle is, like, just some dude's shield that he, like, stuck on there. And that's his, like, instead of, like, oh, they made giant belt buckles. Exactly, right? Like, cool stuff like that, where it's like the bow of a ship that they ripped off for a helmet and stuff. That's way more interesting to me. Well, exactly. I think that's the thing about giants is like they're not really like, you know, I mean in D&D they're known as like really good stone workers and that sort of stuff, but it's like it's not like they're known for herding sheep and stuff, right? So like where are they getting all this material from, you know? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, they'd be stealing shit from all these other people, right? Like they don't have the ability to like just they're not known as farmers or anything like that. Like they're so big they just impose their will, they get the materials that they need to do the stuff that they want, and then whatever, right? Like giants are big bullies. That's basically what they are, right? Like exactly, right? And what are you going to do about it? You know, like I mean, you got to think about that, right? Like how do humans react like act when they're like bigger and stronger than other people? They're normally like a-holes, right? Like they can just do whatever they want. So I feel like it would be this very like based on prowess and power kind of culture built around that, where it's like if you show any weakness, now you get murdered, right? Because you're not strong enough. It's kind of like Pride of Lions kind of mentality to giants. It's like if you show any weakness, we murder you now because you're not strong enough to fend us off anymore, or the challengers or whatever for hierarchy. But they're also like excellent craftsmen too, right? That's the other thing that's interesting about giants culture is they're not just like big dumb idiots, right? They're actually quite intelligent, but they don't, you know, they only have the ability to do so much, right? It's kind of one of those things where like size also is like not is a hindrance compared to always being a boon. So it's one of those things where like in my D&D adventure when I was kind of running stuff, the characters ended up having to go up to this mountain, right? They were following behind like this band of orcs, and they ended up finding the band of orcs, but they had all been frickin' murdered, and it was by a giant. And so they decided we're going to stealth into the giant's encampment because one of the items that they wanted was gone. Obviously, the giant took whatever they had. Well, they sneak into the giant's encampment and find out that there's literally no giants left except for one, because there was a giant, like, kind of cataclysm of the mountain, and it collapsed on most of the city, and this was one of the only last few giants that survived. And so, like, she was getting attacked by harpies and stuff, and so they decided to befriend the giant instead of kill it. And so, like, the one singular giant, because it's on its own, it was wounded, you know, it didn't really have a choice but to, like, be friendly. And so it took that choice instead. And so they ended up helping the giant out instead of, like, straight up murdering it. But it's like, you know, if that full giant culture was not destroyed by the cataclysm that I put in there, like, they wouldn't bat an eye to help smaller creatures, right? Like, but it was just because of the happenstance / circumstance there that, yeah, worked out that they talked their way to to get the giant's trust instead of murder it. I mean, that would have to be a giant barrel, though. You have to remember, these are the giant, like, a barrel would be probably this gemstone. Or this metal stone. Right? So, just be aware of that, like, a barrel would be too small, I think, to contain a giant's bracer. Yeah, I think a human stands right about this high. This is about the height of a human right now on the character. If I put it into flat mode, so this is about the height of one human, roughly. Actually, I think it's right about here. So that's one human tall. And then a gnome, I think, is right. I think a gnome is right around here somewhere, like right in this area. This is like one gnome high. So yeah, they're big. You'll be looking up upon them. Yeah, it'll be at the sole of his foot, because they will get crushed. Let's switch up. Yeah. If I play the giant, I will only hunt gnomes. He will, it will. Hiding behind the mountains and stuff, I'll just hop out, punt a gnome, leave. Everybody else is bewildered at the fact that the gnome is gone. Oh, that'd be sick. It just, no. You just hear this rumbling sound, and then you get punted, and it just says you have been removed from the game. Right? You got kicked so hard that you're just gone now. You don't exist. Oh god, that would be actually a pretty slick way to deal with people. Like if you get a bunch of cheaters together and you have to like strip all their gear off, right? And then you put them in a coliseum, and then like all the hackers have to fight to survive, and we all get to watch. And then if you win, you get to come back to the game, and if you lose, you get banished from the game forever. I'd put money on that. That'd be fun.
Now
Oh, sorry, my phone went off. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are not calling me. Oh, yeah. Hey, nobody else, I'm just going to tell you, has that ringtone or that text tone, so. I should say when I get an email, it says pizza time, so, you know, like, legit. I actually haven't watched that one. I know it was like, I don't know. I'm a little bit of a TMNT snob just because I like the original so much. You know, even like the first like one or two movies, I was like, I'm okay with the second one. The first one's still good, right? But man, I had a hard time. I know that they were trying to ape on some of the other art styles and stuff out there, but I actually had a really hard time with that art style. Like, I was like, that's not my TMNT. That's not the 80s. Rabble Rabble. It's probably a great movie. So, I mean, it's just, that's on me more than on the movie, right? Oh, yeah, I used to play pen and paper TMNT. Yeah, same. Yeah, it just felt like they were trying a little bit too hard to me to get that art style, but I'm sure that movie was already being made prior to that. So, I don't know. It's just to me, like, again, I just want that classic 80s style. Right? There's nothing wrong with the original versions at all. I don't know why they continually try to like reinvent themselves as a new thing. Just do the original. The original was great. There was nothing wrong with that anyway. So, I don't know. That's just my humble opinion, and it doesn't really matter anyway. But like I said, sure, it's a great movie. So yeah, dude, give me some of that Vanilla Ice, man. I want Vanilla Ice. You look at X-Men 97, and they just redid the original song and stuff, too. It's like, there's nothing wrong with having that original feel to it, right? Who knows? Maybe X-Men 97 will do so good that they're like, oh, so we don't have to change the art style? We don't have to make it all new? We can just ape the old thing and it'll be great? And we just do good writing? It's like, yeah, just do that. Into the Spider-Verse is like the reason why you do that sort of stuff, where it's like, new IP, do new things. Old IP, do old things. Not that hard. Not that difficult. I will say certain projects like that, though, like, they're 1 in a million, right? Like, X-Men 97, like, I want to know who is in the boardroom when they're like, here's what we're going to do. Remember this cartoon show for the 90s? We're just going to do that. We're not going to... Oh, you mean you're gonna change the art style? No. We're gonna make it the exact same almost art style. As a matter of fact, we're gonna try to ape the art style so hard that you couldn't really tell the difference between the old 90s cartoon and our cartoon. Wait, what? Okay, so we're gonna change up all the characters, right? Magneto's gonna have, adamantium bones now or some shit, right? And he can jump out of his body and punch stuff with his own skeleton. No. We're gonna make it exactly like the 90s show. What? Right? It's like, let's stop trying to step outside the box, right? There's a box. You already have the box. Why are you reinventing the box? I don't know. You've literally got t-shirts that people buy with the original 80s TMNT characters on it. That's literally, I never see people wearing shirts with the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on them. It's always shirts with the old 1980s, 1990s Teenage TMNT on it. It's like, yeah, that's where your money is. Just do those. It's kind of like, was like the novelty originally of the Michael Bay Transformers movie was like, oh my god, they're bringing Transformers back, right? Because it was just like, we hadn't really gotten that much stuff, So that's why, like, the original one was like, oh my god, like, check this out. But then it's like, after seeing the movie, I was like, man, I really wish the designs would have been the originals. I think it would have been phenomenal, right? That was always something where it's like, why didn't we just do the originals? Because we have the technology to do it? No. Make it look cool. Make it look like the originals, but just like in our world. That's like somebody going, hey, let's adapt Apocalypse Now for a modern audience. It's like, no, we don't need to do that. Or like, let's do Full Metal Jacket, but, modern era. It's like, no, we don't need to do that. The old one's good. Let's keep it original, man. Yes, it would. I mean, heck, I don't know how you screw up RoboCop. And that happened. And it was just like, I mean, I get it, right? The third one was just like an insane idea or whatever, but just like look at those first two movies. I mean, even the second one, right? Like I felt like that was okay. But I'm just saying, like, take that and then just make you can make a modern movie based off of those first two, not like, yeah, exactly. How do you screw up Star Wars? Good God. Yep. I have not seen Time Bandits. Ah. Let's see. The giant has a trophy belt of like just like 50 gnome heads on the side. Yeah, that looks sick. Big old bag. Troll heads. Pretty cool. Yeah, I hope when you kill like the giants and stuff, you don't get like scraps of something or whatever. You just get like the full. You find a whole cow, right? You get a full leather item. You know, not hey, here's some leather scraps or something. Yup. You get exactly 80 pounds of leather, right? You get like the 40-pound belt of leather, and then you get like, you know, another 30 or 40 of leather bracer. Oh, gall. Weird. You found a giant hangnail. How would you even interact with that corpse? It weighs like 50 tons of sheer muscle. Right? He just has a satchel. See, that was one of the things. It'd be kind of cool if he just has this big bag, and that's what has something in it. Yeah, you get one whole pack mule. Or if you're too late, you get parts of a pack mule. I don't know. Well, there is a plan for us to make pack mules, I think. So it'd be funny if just like you killed one and then you open up the bag and a pack mule just pops out. I mean, we were kind of talking about this yesterday, where it's like, yeah, you just find like a deep gnome in there that he uses like a dice set. We did already figure out that deep gnomes are 6-sided, so they would be perfect for rolling dice. Oh yeah, the like kegs are like edible cups for them. I mean, they don't really get fiber in their diet any other way. Is it rude to call a giant a wood eater just because, like, if he's eating barrels and, like, carts and stuff? Like, their vegetables are like pine trees. They're, you know, like broccoli to them is like a conifer, right? Like the giant doctor is like, you need more fiber in your diet, and so then they go out and they just start eating trees. Sure, that makes sense. Oh god, easy to swallow kegs, absolutely. That's their time release capsules. Yeah, I got it. I am texturing a stylized... Well, it's kind of stylized. Yeah, I guess I'm technically texturing a stylized model. these are all true things. Indeed, indeed. Oh, I'm going to put him back in perspective view, too, just because it's weird when I'm in user view, unless I'm looking at him from the front angle. Indeed, it is for our game, Monsters and Memories. I have to remember there might be new people that join that they're like, we have no idea what this is. What are you doing? Why is it a giant? I mean, it is possible. I don't know how easy it is to paint characters only using procedural textures. Yeah, I mean, the one thing is that you're going to lose a little bit of the stylization out of a character if it's not, if you're using like a trim sheet style thing. Like the skin will be more flat, so I won't be able to paint out as many of the details and stuff. I mean, hand painted is hand painted for a reason, but it is possible. I don't want to put that down because I know that some people have done that in the past. So yeah, I think it would be doable. I don't know how good the results will be ultimately, only because I think, again, you get a lot out of the hand painting aspect of things. But yeah. Again, if you treat the rocks and trees and stuff like if you're gonna do like some stylized objects and whatnot, I mean, there's a lot of tutorials out there showing how to do like really quick stylization of rocks and trees and stuff. And again, it depends on if you're only doing painting or if you're going for normal maps and roughness maps and stuff. Depends on how in depth you want to go. But I mean, for painting stuff, I mean, rocks and trees, you can paint some pretty basic, like a real basic trunk texture and some real basic, like if you're making like a conifer, like, a pine tree or something like that. Like, just go in and make some, like, bow needles and stuff, on the branch, and then you can just lay that in and boom. So, yeah, the hard part about doing the procedural stuff on something this low is just getting it to look right, and you're going to lose some of the hand painted touch if you're trying to do it procedurally compared to hand painting, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and there is a level of combination that you can do there as well, right? I think you're correct on that. But again, I think for this project, it's just going to be mostly hand paint, just because, again, we could just get that personal style to the characters and stuff that I don't think you'd get as much out of it as doing it procedurally. I actually tried doing that earlier with the female gnome. Like, I was like, oh, I'll do some long hair, but I'll just do it as one repeating texture, and so you could make the hair whatever you wanted. But what ended up happening is we lost a lot of like the painting the shadows in on where like the hair parts and stuff. It got really flat and just very, it looked okay, but it just didn't look right. And so I think we ended up just not using that anymore. But it was a trial / test of, can we do this procedurally? Can we have like procedural materials and stuff in here? There is some stuff that we can do for like the armors and stuff, I think, that we can get like procedurally, because if we made like a procedurally repeating like chainmail texture, right? Then we can like lay that into a texture how we want and then customize it from there with like shadows and hand paint it on top of that. So I think there is, instead of like hand painting a chainmail texture in totality, that we could generate out some procedural textures that we can then use in our textures to then make hand painted versions. So I think there is spots where we can like speed stuff up using procedural stuff. But again, that all comes down to, you know, like how we want to enable or enact those different options in the future, for sure. Or like cloth, or, you know, doing that sort of stuff, or at least getting overlays in so that we can overlay things, right? That would all be good. So yeah, I mean, I think there's options there. Yeah, I mean, doing procedural assets is just a kind of a different animal, and I know there's a lot of tutorials out there to kind of like, if you're setting up your procedural stuff too, that might help as well. So keep an eye out and just look for some different stuff, and you might be able to fold in some of the stuff that they teach you in those procedural tutorials, and they're all like probably free and stuff. Like there's a lot of people that have done a lot of procedural stuff, right? But you may be able to fold that into what you're working on, dependent on if that fits for you or not. But yeah, I think there is room for procedural generation in like low poly or hand painted work for sure. I know what y'all are really here for. Some of those feet pics. That's a good question. Probably a longsword. Kicking adventures. It's the symbiotic relationship with the gnomes. The gnomes, when the giants come and stand in their area, they'll trim the giants' toenails. And then they use those clippings and they'll grind them up for like fertilizer for their gardens and shit. I don't know. Some undead gnomes stuck in his toes. Just did a save, so just in case any of y'all are worrying. You're welcome. I do save quite often, so, and if I do get in trouble, typically auto back has me covered, so. Skin's feeling a little bit better, feeling a little bit more beat up and not as perfect. I was going a little bit too, like, perfect with it before. I think part of it too is I was just trying to get a good muscle layout, so it felt nice. Now I can kind of come in with a little bit of like the skin brush, get a little bit of highlights and pores and stuff going on in here. Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to look too great, so I think, yeah, he needs to be more patchy and splotchy and that sort of stuff. I know that Goblin ended up giving me a nice little, like, overlay that I can put in, too, for skin details and stuff, but I'm not going to do that right away. And then once I'm done with all of that, then I'm going to go through and do, like, you know, the sunspots, you know, a little bit of that freckling that happens when you've been in the sun too long. So I want to do a lot of that too. So there's still a lot that I want to do with this dude, especially like on the skin side of things, right? I still think there's a lot here, and just getting like the shapes feeling really good, and just like getting everything feeling really worn and shadowed properly first before I go like too crazy on the detail, right? I want to make sure that my shapes are defined and where I want them, and that I got these shadows in the spots that I want them, and that sort of thing. So, but yeah. All right. 2-minute stretch break for everybody. It's good to stand up every on occasion. I will be right back. I'm going to go just take a walk around my apartment so that way I'm not sitting this whole time. Also, go grab a drinkies and stuff. So I'll be right back. You just give me 2 seconds. Okay, back. Just needed a second to stand up and walk around and, get reset. You sit too long, it gets weird. It's about time for another bevy anyway, so yay! Perfect timing. That's what I should set up. That would be so good. Do like a seventh inning stretch kind of thing, or just like a little interlude. That'd be great. Just remember all the work that I put into these feet when they're stomping you into the ground. They were lovingly crafted to murder you. That needs to be a shirt for Eminem. Well, no, you don't. It won't be me who you have to blame. That's all the code. But at least they made it looking good. Like, I made it look good when it's murdering you, right? That you can curse me for like, damn, those stylish feet absolutely just smashed me, right? There. People should be able to get this piano versions. Oh no, no, it's not. It's still a band. So the first one I played that you were trying to figure out, that was Slipknot. Was the piano version of a bunch of Slipknot songs. So that was fun. Lady Damascus. They have giant floppy hats. These giant. Oh yeah, giant sizes. For sure. Well, my giant is way bigger than the giant, because I was figuring these were kind of like hill giant-y, so my giants are way bigger, so we might tone those down a little bit, because, again, if he's only coming up, if they're showing like, oh, you're about hip height with a giant, my giants are like, you're up to his calf. Like, when I think giant, I'm thinking like a building is coming at you, right? Not like a house. I'm thinking like a skyscraper kind of shit, right? More like a storm giant would be basic giant size. Interesting take on that, though, that there's like a progression upward. Yeah, for sure. I do find that kind of interesting that, like, I mean, I think that's an actual thing too, like in terms of like D&D and stuff too, but yeah, I dig that. And again, that would be an interesting thing too, is if they do get smarter, like yeah, I don't know. It'd be cool if, like, smaller... You'd almost think that the smaller ones would be more cunning, because they have to be. They're smaller giants, right? Like, bigger giants, bigger food chain. Smaller giants, smaller food chain, right? Or, like, lower on the food chain in terms of giants. So, like, it would feel to me that giants that were smaller would actually have to be smarter than the bigger ones, because they don't have to be... They're not as strong and nimble. Yeah, right? Hill giants are the goblins of the giants. Would you say that hill giants or hill giants more the gnomes of the giants? That's kind of sad. That's true. I mean, and that is a reasonable thought process on that as well, right? Like, in terms of the giant pantheon, that would make sense, right? Plus, if you look at a lot of the other giants too, minus the cloud giant, but a lot of those giants, even the stone, they're all like, and then you look at the hill giant, like fire giant has armor, right? Has a bunch of like created items that they're wearing, right? Same storm, and as you go up the line, the hill one, loincloth and pickaxe, right? Like I mean, I figure if they're wearing clothes and stuff, the giants are much smarter. So I don't think these fit into the hill giant category. Just because we're wearing clothing and hats and stuff, right? And it might be torn up a little bit, but some of the other bits and bobs on them aren't, you know. So I think in the game too, we're gonna end up making a lot of different giant types, is what it sounds like too. So I don't think this is going to be like a one size fits all kind of giant either. You know, the sand giants will be their own giants, and we'll have, you know, mountain giants or, you know, storm giants or fire giants and stuff, I'm sure too. But I also think, you know, this is a good base to build off of from that point, which I think will be pretty cool. So, because the way I built the geometry too is just, again, this is for a lot of the characters. I think I built this off of another one of our characters and stuff, but I think we'll be able to size, scale, and do that sort of stuff for other different giants and stuff, right? Just to, you know, get other versions and whatnot. So. Oh, damn. That would be gnarly, man. There's a giant under the city and he's just stuck under there? Oof. Dibs not being that giant. See, now that would be an epic idea, is that there's a Titan under the city. And then if you unlocked enough of the frickin' special quests and stuff, right? The Titan would rise and the city would be on his back, and then like frickin' it would just start roaming around the desert scape or something. So it'd be a mobile city. Hey, none of this is my idea. This is all phantom ideas. I have no power in the plans of the game. I just make the cool looking stuff that's in it. And have my own thoughts and ideas on what can make it more fun and interesting. But again, those are just my thoughts and opinions, not the thoughts and opinions of the game or people that are working on it. I am wondering how we're going to split, like, once we get more towns and zones and stuff, right? Because we're starting out with the game, and pretty much everybody's going to start in City A or maybe City B. I don't even know what the plans are for that. But, I mean, if everybody's starting out in Night Harbor, right, as we add new cities and towns, are we going to move players to those? Like, I'm going to start playing a gnome. Now the gnome is in the major gnomish city, and now they start there later on when we add those modules and additional things. I mean, it would be interesting because then you get to make a new character and go like, oh, let's try this new experience, which is kind of cool. Right. And I'm just wondering how we're going to... Are we going to narratively change that, or is that just going to be like an automatic where it's like, hey, it's open now, go play your gnome or whatever, or your dwarf or whoever in the zones that they start in, and then the characters that are in Night Harbor stay in Night Harbor, or is Night Harbor just going to become a place where it's like, go to Night Harbor? It'll be interesting to see where that all like shifts and changes, which will be kind of cool. Come on down tonight, Herbert. We got sand. We're oh, man. We got sand and scorpions. Wait, do we even have scorpions yet? We got beetles. Man, we gotta make some desert scorpions. Gotta message Zukin. Zukin, I'll make a scorpion. How about that? Give me the drake or a scorpion. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Wunderbar, then. Again, I just hope y'all are enjoying this rendition of Chop Suey. So, enjoy. I mean, I think it's understandable that we're only going to have a few starting cities to start. I mean, cities are a big time commitment, you know, to put together. But yeah, it is a little bit strange. But I think as things get developed and build, I think even if there's no narrative reason, we just say, okay, dwarves are here now, and you know, elves are here, and you know, these certain character types are here. You know, players will want to go through it and re-experience like stuff for those characters to like level up, maybe new classes or whatever, right? And I think that'll be kind of cool for them to be able to go through some of those zones, especially with like new experiences and stuff. So. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I see Night Harbor as too, where it's like it is like for the lore of the game and where the state at which we have, it is basically like the Baldur's Gate of locations in our world to start, right? Yeah, exactly. Very much a free port. Sorry. Hey, I had it on mute this time. Right? Didn't know you needed some classical System of a Down in your life, did you? Yeah. I'm happy to do the streamings for y'all. It is fun. It is getting down to late hour though, so I think yesterday I stopped around 7. I think it would be a good spot to stop again. So I did start a smidge later than usual, but I still think that's a good stopping point so people can go get dinners and stuff. These hairy legs are going to take a while. I'm going to jump back over to skin. It's kind of one of those things, too, where it's like, I don't know if I should really make him, like, hairy-legged, but we'll see. It just might be too much. Well, what I'm going to do, what I could probably do is just grab a section and start copy pasting in like Photoshop and stuff. But I also think like I probably should just tone it down a little bit too so it's not as heavy, you know? So it's just like kind of there, but not really, and just like paint it back a little bit, kind of like that. So now all of a sudden you kind of get hair, but it's not like really, when you're like that far away, it's not going to like scrawl or do weird shit, you know, but then when you get up close and you're like looking at him, oh, he's kind of got hairy legs, you know, so it might be one of those things where it's like play with those values a little bit more too, right? But what I can do is I'll split that out. Like, once I get done painting all the hair and stuff, I can always split that out into its own layer for, like, body hair, and then we can adjust those levels and stuff. So I'll just leave it where I had it before and continue painting some skin stuff and not get too... I just wanted to kind of, like, test out and see if that was going to look good or not and just mess around with that a little bit, so... I think it's acceptable. I just I'm gonna have to play with it a little bit more and see if it's worthwhile doing or not. Because some people might not like this thing and might go, nope, we don't like it, take it out. And as long as it's another layer, I can just turn it off at that point. It's not a big deal. So. right? Yeah, I mean, again, the detail has to be really high just because of the size of the character in it itself, right? That's the really hard part about this guy in particular is that he's going to be up close to the characters, right? We have all this detail and all these other characters that's just so very, very high, but because they're so much smaller, you don't have to do as much work. But, like, this guy, because he's so big and so large, like, you have to spend all this time adding in all these minute little details and wrinkles and, you know, folds and, you know, like, even some of the, like, the cloth, right, like, weaving and stuff, I think is really important because, again, it's these details that when you're, like, you know, standing this far away from him, right? Like, they all need to read as if he's like a giant version of all of these characters, right? You watch any of Goblin's concepts and stuff, there's just so much detail in every one of those characters. And it's like, okay, well, now I have to translate that into a character that's like 20 times the size of one of those, right? And so it's like, if I only did like half of the detail, you'd notice because it would be like, oh, there's not a lot of... He looks pretty flat and undetailed for being a creature that's so in my face. So, you know, it's kind of like... It would be like painting a dragon with no scales, right? Like, we have to put the scales on the dragon because otherwise, like, it doesn't look right. So, it's the same thing with the giants, right? How do I know when I'm done? Well, it gets to a point where you're kind of either feel like you're done, right? Like you're like, hey, I'm burned out. I don't want to work on this anymore. Or, which, I mean, at that point, that's kind of why I was talking about earlier. I wanted to get the character to be at a point where it's all kind of like has a level of doneness to it. Because then you can noodle and noodle and noodle, and then when you feel like, hey, I hit it, then you're good. A big part of this is just kind of like, does it feel done? Do I feel like certain parts of this are complete, right? I still need to do some more on the bracers, right? There might be some stuff on the back of the hand I still want to mess with some stuff, like some folds and stuff are here, pretty basic, not super fleshed out, but they're there, But like, how much can I push some of this to go a little bit further? And that's kind of how I know that I can keep going on it, because I'm like, ooh, I could noodle on this a little bit more. Ooh, I could noodle on that a little bit more. And if I'm not happy with it, that's how I know I have to keep working on it. So there comes a point where you're like, yeah, this feels good. I don't really feel like I need to do any more work on like his back or, on the cloth, right? I can check those off on the list. And then when I feel like, hey, that's done, this is done, then I know that it's like I don't have to work on those parts anymore, right? I still have to add hair to his arms. I still have to add hair to his legs. Once those are kind of done, then I don't really have to add any more hair. Then I'll be happy, right? So it's kind of one of those things where it's going to be a process going down through the skin and making sure all that looks good and has the wrinkles and kind of like this very beat up, weathered, kind of like shifting kind of paint on it, same thing that I've been doing with the feet here now. I think that's really like come a long way from what it was when we started. And so that's kind of there's something when I can look at the character and go, I don't really know what to work on, or I don't really know where I can add stuff. That's when I can kind of say, okay, I'm complete on that side of things. And again, like I said, there was yesterday, I mean, there's about probably 4 full days worth of texture left on this guy from where I had him when I first started yesterday. So we're on day 1 of 4, and I still feel that way right now. I think if I had like 2 or 3 more full days to like work on this character all the way through, like 9 to 5 or even a couple of extra hours, I'd probably knock him out in those 3 days. But it might go through the week just because like when I get to work on them, it's like for a handful of hours, right? So that's kind of one of those things where I can time myself to be able to figure stuff out. But yeah, that's kind of going to be one of those things where where am I currently in this the state of this character so far. So but that's kind of how I can identify when I've completed stuff. Where, yeah, just dependent on its look and feel, really. And then people might come back with additional changes and adjustments, and I have to make those additional changes and adjustments. So even at the point where I feel the character is completed or done, others may not see that way. They might see errors or flaws or something, or inconsistencies or issues, and then I have to go back to the drawing board on it. So. But that's all part of the creative process, right? Like that's an expectation, right? Not so much a surprise. Plus, especially with this character, like the Sand Giant, right? Like, it's such an important character, Like I was saying yesterday, I mean, for EverQuest and stuff, it's a very big character. For our game, it's a very big character. So that's kind of another part of it, too, is, like, taking a little extra time on this guy, I think, is acceptable just because he's such a big thing that, recognizable and that sort of thing. Is that it's just so important. So, I mean, like, that's kind of why I'm really investing a lot of the time in there. That's why I do think it needs those 4 days to really, like, hit target and then, like, get developed to a point to where you go, yeah, this looks incredible. We don't need to do any adjustments on it. It's great, fantastic, that sort of thing. So that's where it's kind of like folds in on itself. Making that dough, that character dough. That too, yeah. I am focusing on this like modular level of putting the character together as well. So yes, that is also adding a little bit of extra time. Where if I just painted it in one way and it was all attached and it was all welded together, and I didn't have to paint the under hair or make sure that pieces and parts could be swapped in or out, and just said, hey, this is one and done, that'd be great. But I did kind of see this character as an opportunity for us to get a lot of flexibility, spending a little bit more time in this stage to be able to get a lot out of it in the long run, right? Because again, if we unhide the hair, right? If we hide the mustache, we got a whole new character. If we hide all the hair, we got a whole new character, right? If we hide the shawl and like all the stuff, then we have a whole new character. So there's a lot of flexibility here for us to be able to get a character that has a lot of runway and have a lot of variance with just a little bit of extra work. Yeah, just remember when we started this guy, his little cloth shoulders weren't done. His feet were textured, but they weren't complete, and I think they're getting there to be a lot better now. Started playing with some hair on this section, started getting the bracers in a better spot. So yeah, we've made a lot of distance, right? It's just, again, there's just so much here, right, on this dude to kind of work through that it feels like nothing's happened, even though it's been almost 4 hours worth of work, right? So that's kind of one of those things when we look back at like, how much time does it take to make a character? I mean, like, it's gonna take a lot of time. It is not a fast process to make one dude. Well, I think just in terms of making it modular for just the sand giants too, right? Who wants to fight the exact same looking dude over and over and over again, right? I think even if we made like 3 different versions of the sand giant in terms of combinations, that would be cool. But like, I think even if we did do other styles of giants, we probably will modify this model, and adjust a bunch of stuff, and, it'll give us even more runway with different looking, giants and stuff. So, yeah, I think we could probably reuse this model and just retexture it and get a whole new dude, like a fire giant or something like that, right? But I think for like the hill giants or like whatever, the storm giants or something, those would be a completely different model, or stone giant or something like that, right? We can use this model and adjust that one to be like lankier or whatever. Yeah, so it's like I'll plan on making it so it's like, okay, mustache goes away. Okay, that's version. And then if we didn't want that, okay, here's a version where he just has no beard hair or anything like that, right? I don't have it so that you can hide the beard and just have that. making it so that like this cuts in a certain way and then the hair is broken. This is all one piece, so it's kind of no hair or beard, which I think is fine. I don't think that's that big of a deal if that's there. But I did make it so that I will make it so the mustache can be there or not, and I think that's at least a good amount of variance, where it's like you can have literally 3 different facial hair looks, right? And I think that's pretty variant. Same thing where like I have this skirt, you can have the skirt, you can not have the skirt, right? And that way it should give us, again, more variance on the character based on that, which I probably should continue painting on that a little bit now. But yeah. Will there be female giants? I don't know. That's one thing I didn't ask. I just got given make giant. So I'm making giant. Probably not off the start. That might be something we make later. I don't know. I will say just for now, no. But with a caveat of possibly in the future. Oh, yeah. Like, also imagine this. Right now his hair is very dark. I plan to lighten that up a lot more, and his hair will be dyeable. So, or at least be set up for us to be able to do so. So that will also be a thing. Just remember, all this is in grayscale for us to be able to, like, tint colors however we see fit. So, again, don't be too concerned. We also have the ability to change things with color, too. Yes. You receive the broken hip status effect. Your walk speed is now 1/4. I will say that this is the fun part about painting, like hand painting things, is trying to fool your brain into thinking something is actually like popping out of something. Like there's depth where there's nothing. That is a fun part that I enjoy about hand painting things, is because, yeah, it's all about trying to get you to see something that is there that does not exist, which is very fun. And the way that I do that is through value and light, you know, because we perceive light as a thing that's up high and, you know, dark as something that's like underneath. And so I can paint things that look like shadows and folds and stuff just by making the light and, you know, shadows of that object kind of fold on top of each other. And thus, you get like something that actually looks like it exists. It's fun. Yeah, I might do a little bit here. I'm gonna turn off this beard again. Goodbye. Just because I want this to feel a little bit... It's feeling a little bit too strandy here, so I want to like get a little bit more like solid bits. Maybe combine a little bit of these folds together to try to just get something a little bit better here. Yeah, that's feeling a lot better already. Bitte. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Thank you, thank you. It's coming along. It's been a long process so far. Again, we got a couple more days on this that we gotta chew through, but at least it's starting to take form, and I think that's the main bit. Yes, this is also System of Down on Piano. That is correct. Something you never knew you needed in your life, but now that you've heard it, you will always need it. Yes, also very good. Surprisingly, these bands transition very well to piano. This is for the game that I'm working for on the side called Monsters and Memories. It's a classical old school MMO that's going to be releasing not soon, but soon-ish. So you can go look up all their information on Monsters and Memories. Just put that in your old Google machine. You should be able to find that. It should tell you everything you want to know. If you really like EverQuest or you're into that sort of jam, this will be right up your alley. God, it looks so good from the front, and you go to the back and you're like, ooh, what happened? What happened? Current texture size is a 2048. Final texture size, that's more on the tech that's taking those textures and reducing their size. So I don't know what its final size will be, but it's probably variant based on what they're setting. Yeah. Well, it is a 2048, so it is pretty damn high res. I mean, I can get in here and start painting threads if I wanted to with how high resolution this is, right? Like, I can get this real small and start just really painting real tiny little thread details in here, and I could start really detailing this out to like an absolute maximum, amount, but that's like so time consuming. So we'll see where I end up taking this, but yeah, right? That's what his underpants are for. I don't have to do that on the skirt. Painting these terrafolds. Something about skirts and folds and stuff, when it goes around the character, you're like, ooh, I don't like how that looks. Like, what happened there? It looks fine from the front. Looks great. Go to the side view. It looks like Garbo. Oh, I do other stuff. It's just for this project I'm doing a lot of hand paint. I have a really high resolution character that I was working on. I'm just about done with the retopo on it. But yeah, this kind of fell into my lap and I'm trying to get this character done first. Then I might switch back over and work on the high res and get that knocked out and see if I can get... I'm going to have to make the hair, which I'm going to try to use extra. We'll see. X-Gen might be too much for me at this current juncture, but we'll see. I got to figure out if I want to do like super realistic hair with cards and all that jazz and groom the character, or if I'm going to chicken out and then just go with like a pretty like modeled out version of hair. And then just go with that and just try to detail it up real nice and then put a nice shader on it. So kind of on like a half and half on that. It is 7. I should be signing off, but I could show that character real quick too, the other one that I'm working on too, if you'd like to see it. Because this is in pretty good shape. I'm pretty happy where we ended up with all this time. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I like about this project, is it's like full-on hand paint stuff, so it'll be pretty sweet to get this guy all done. I mean, I still got a lot to do. We gotta get all that hair painted in and, you know, wrap up all the cloth and stuff and get all that looking nice. He's got like a little sash that he's got here too that I'm gonna add in, but I'll also have it so he can have capes and stuff, so... And then I still have to like do a bunch of scars and beat up on his feet and stuff, because this is a giant, you know, this isn't just a big dude. So he's going to be like this big, right, compared to you. So that'll be the idea there. But yeah, getting good hand paint. It's getting rarer and rarer, so that's what I really like about this project. All right, I'll pull up my other character real quick. Let's do a Zbrush, go. Let's see. So let's load this. And then I want to do this. Backup, artwork, 3D. Don't mind me. I'm just going to go through here. There's Lucy. Let's see. I want bake. Yep, there we go. Alright, there we go. Edit, focus, there we go. And then let's unhide all the jazz here. Let's see. That should be most of it. This is a very cyberpunk-esque sort of inspired character. It's kind of based off of I was working on a game previous to this called Due Process. And it's kind of based off of the 80s sort of cyberpunk, not so much like future cyberpunk stuff. But yeah, it's coming along. You know, I've got like the full metal hand, arm kind of thing, and then, you know, just lots of little details and stuff in there, so. So yeah, it's a lot. I still have to do the down res on the arm, so that way I have the low poly version, so that when I bake it, it'll be good. I've got pretty much everything else is retapoed now, so I think I just have a little bit left with the jacket to be real though. But everything else besides that, and then yeah, I'm still not sure if I want to do real hair or if I'm gonna just mess with this or what. But I did start doing like the groomed out eyebrows and stuff and that sort of deal, and like eyelashes and whatnot. So you know, she's coming along, and I think I forget if I haven't set that reset up, but. I mean, she's not that big chested. I mean, she's pretty average in overall like sense of things. But yeah, turned out good though. It feels real good anyway in terms of just like the design and everything that I got going on. So. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this was a big character that I started working on, and like got the sculpt all done. It took a while because like I got a lot of feedback from other professional people that were like, "Hey, we want to change this and this," and so it was a lot of taking it back and then bringing it forward again on the body design and everything. But I think overall it's getting there. You know, I didn't do any. I know a lot of people are like, are you using Marvelous Designer and stuff? No. It's not for an actual game. This is for my portfolio. So just because I wanted to show that I can do next gen stuff. You know, I still want to do a little bit of cleanup on the sleeve for when I like bake and stuff. But I think overall, I just got to a point where I just really wanted to get the retopo done, so that way I can start baking stuff. So, but yeah, you know, I built an entire like handgun and everything, so that's all like set up. It's actually like usable too, like the slides and everything all work and stuff. You can take out the clip and all that sort of jazz. So yeah, designed that all up, which was really fun, and getting that all like built out and stuff. So I still have to do a little bit of integration on the trigger and whatnot, but yeah, there's even that, right? Like, so that was really fun, and doing all that sort of stuff. So, and then there's obviously like hard surface modeling the entire arm and stuff is really entertaining and challenging, and but yeah, really fun. Just trying to get details where I need them, and then I'm not trying to go too hard with the stitching stuff, just because I plan on doing a lot of the stitches in Substance Painter when I go into Substance Painter. So it is a lot of work. It was a lot of work. It will still be a lot of work. There's still a long way to go in this character to get everything in the way that I want it and textured and everything, but I think overall it's yeah. It was on hold right now just because I've been doing a lot of stuff on Monsters and Memories and stuff, so I didn't do the hard surface stuff in ZBrush. The arm I actually modeled out, and the gun I modeled out in 3D Studio Max, because it's way better at hard surface modeling and that sort of stuff than it is in ZBrush. So just FYI, did not model that out in ZBrush or anything. I just brought it in here. So, which maybe I don't know. I don't think it would have been modeled faster if I would have modeled this in ZBrush, just because it's so technical and needs to be so precise, like not only arm bits, but the gun bits, that I feel like it wouldn't. Every time I use ZBrush, everything always gets really weird and muddy, especially when I'm trying to like use ZMesher and stuff, that I like worry that it just wouldn't look good. But that's more on me. Yeah, I'm not one of those madmen, for sure. But yeah, that's kind of one of the characters that I'm working on. I don't think I had anything else that I'm currently like that's in production for me anyway, besides that character and a couple other things. So I don't think I had anything else. Let's see, did I have anything else in here? No, not overly. I do want to make this next thing, which is like my steampunk samurai guy is going to be cool. I haven't designed anything on that yet, but I do want to build one of those out pretty soon. But that's a ways. Yeah, it's just Zbrushed on ArtStation. I should probably link that. Here, I'll just throw it in a link. Yeah. I mean, I'm not like the creme de la creme. There's so many good people on ArtStation, right? Like, there you go. Oh, whoops. Oh, here, let me put it in. There we go. There you go. But again, it's not like I'm the top tier artists that are out there. There's so many good artists that exist that are way better than I am. But, you know, I'm working through it. I'm getting better. It's all about learning and improving and stuff. So, you know, I mean, I've been in the industry for a long time, so that's a thing. But I mean, there's so many good artists out there nowadays. It's hard to compete. Sorry, I started getting distracted by ArtStation. Good. Stop looking at ArtStation. It's a distraction. No. Don't worry, AI is coming to take all our jobs anyway. I'm kidding. I have mixed feelings on it just because I don't like that the models steal work and that sort of stuff to like generate some of these images and stuff, but I don't think that the images that are getting generated are perfect enough that it doesn't require humans to fix them. So, and I don't ever think AI is going to get to the point where it doesn't need human interactions. So, I don't know. You can get a decent looking product. You will not get a perfect product. And that requires a human to interact with that. Yeah, I was talking about that at the start of the stream, was the music AI stuff, which I was kind of interested in. Yeah, it's 7:20. I ran a little bit long comparatively, but you know, that happens sometimes when we get chit-chatting about stuff. I want to keep streaming a little bit longer, but I'm gonna be putting this on the I'm gonna be wrapping this up soonish. My call time was around 7, so you know, putting about 5 more minutes now, and then we'll call it a wrap. So. One of the struggles I always had when I was streaming prior to this was was knowing when to stop or getting to a point where when I could stop, especially when people like joined in. They're like, discussion! And it's like, oh, I was going to call it right there, but okay. I'll stream a little longer. Yeah, for sure. Well, I think it's coming along. We made a long way. It's kind of cool to start and rewatch streams. I watched the stream a little bit last night just to review like how far I got, because it's hard to really tell like from where start to finish is, right? And so it was kind of neat to see how it evolved from the beginning of that stream yesterday. And I think, again, just going over what I went over today, it's pretty far along, so. Yeah, well, that's the whole point, is like just chill out, relax, unwind brain, listen to some nice piano System of a Down and Slipknot that we listened to earlier, and just, enjoy some downtime, man. Life's so on all the time that it's kind of nice to just like not be, where you can just like turn off your brain, watch somebody make some art, chill out, have a snack, have a bevy, relax. Yeah, I think that's pretty worth it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, as long as the music's entertaining, right? I don't need to be. There we go. That's feeling right. Okay, cool. Alrighty, ladies and gents, we will pick this up in the next stream. I don't know when that's going to be, though. The only unfortunate thing is I work during the week, so that's kind of why I was streaming this weekend, because I had an open free weekend for everybody, so I streamed yesterday and today. Hopefully I get some time during this week. I'll just post it in the Monsters and Memories Discord when I do jump in and start streaming. I know that Zukin and Goblin and all those other guys, they've been doing streaming stuff too. So I don't want to like override them, and I know they stream a lot during the week too. So definitely check out their streams. They're super good too and fun to watch. But yeah, I'm going to call it here, and thank you all for joining me and just chilling out and listening to some music and stuff. And hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. I mean, time's closing down, but hopefully you've gotten to relax a little bit and chill, so which is always awesome. But appreciate y'all. So, bye, everybody.